Bonjour et bienvenue sur le All Gaming Show. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes sur The Outer World Spacer Choice Edition. Alors, c'est une édition qui est sortie après le jeu The Outer World. C'est en fait une édition, une sorte d'édition remasterisée, avec en plus, comme vous le voyez, des DLC. Vous voyez qu'il y a Péril sur Gorgone et Meurtre sur Eridan. Donc ça veut dire qu'il y a des ajouts sur ce jeu qui n'étaient pas dans le jeu original. Voilà. Alors attendez, on va baisser un petit peu la musique parce que je pensais que ça allait le faire, puis finalement, eh bien, c'est quand même un peu trop fort. Voilà, on va mieux s'entendre. Donc voilà. Alors, certains connaissent peut-être déjà le jeu, certains y ont déjà joué. J'ai moi-même déjà joué au jeu, au normal, on va dire ça comme ça, le jeu The Outer World. Mais j'ai été déçu par la fin, parce que j'ai fini le jeu. Mais j'ai été déçu par la fin. Pourquoi? Pour une seule raison, c'est que le narrateur parle en anglais et la fin est trop brusque. Alors, il nous explique en anglais, des fois il n'y avait pas de sous-titres et on ne comprenait pas du tout ce qui se passait en fait. Pour les personnages. Et donc, bon, bah forcément, c'était pas une bonne chose. Donc, The Outer World Spacer Choice Edition nous a été offert, alors il y a quelques temps déjà, hein, à nous, à ceux qui ont acheté le jeu. Alors, je crois que je l'avais acheté en précommande. Je sais plus comment. Non, alors c'est pas en précommande. J'avais pas acheté la précommande, j'avais acheté le jeu. C'était comment déjà? Je l'avais pas acheté en précommande, j'avais acheté le jeu en édition, vous savez, premium ou je sais plus quoi. Enfin bon, bref, voilà. Et donc ils nous l'ont gracieusement offert, voilà. Et donc ce jeu-là, donc il est sur Steam. Hein. Comme c'est pas le même, eh bien, il y a des, comment on dit? Eh bien, les succès sont remis à zéro. Donc, par rapport à l'autre jeu que j'ai conservé, et donc j'ai les succès, celui-là, eh bien, les succès sont à zéro. Donc, ça veut dire que c'est comme si je faisais un nouveau jeu, voilà, tout simplement. Bien, maintenant que tout est clair, on est parti pour faire une nouvelle partie. Alors, on va partir en normal. Hein. Le sous-titre de conversation, effectivement. Oui, oui, oui. Hop.
Why stay earthbound when prosperity awaits you in the stars? Come to Halcyon, the only colony on the edge of the frontier, owned and operated by corporations. A trip of 10 short years will feel like mere minutes, thanks to the comfort and safety of your very own hibernation chamber. You'll wake up in a perfect society designed to maximize your productivity with guaranteed full employment. With only a minor term of service, you will become the master of your own destiny when you go out of this world to the Halcyon Colony.
hundreds of thousands of colonists left to drift out here forever, just to keep from damaging the board's bottom line. Disgraceful.
Donc là déjà, le souci, c'est que il n'y a pas de sous-titres, hein, encore une fois. Alors, vous voyez, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Donc on peut mettre des points. Un point à chaque. C'est comme ça que je vais partir pour l'instant. Alors là, il faut être malin.
You wrote that paper on breeding a cystipig with 30% more tumors. You could make a vicar doubt the law.
Et là, c'est pareil, il faut choisir absolument... Alors, vous voyez, hein, même là, quand vous n'avez aucune aptitude particulière, vous avez la détermination plus 1. Il faut regarder ce que ça vous apporte d'avoir tous ces trucs-là. Vous voyez, persuasion plus 1 au test de caisse, alors que là... ah non, c'est détermination, pardon.
I wonder what experiments you were subjected to.
Alors après, bien évidemment, on choisit le personnage, hein, forcément. Comme vous me connaissez bien, moi, c'est les yeux verts. Il y a des coiffures, elles sont horribles. Hein. Mhm. Il y a des coiffures, elles sont horribles, et des coiffures, elles se ressemblent. Pourquoi pas. Couleur des cheveux, par contre, c'est pareil, c'est... C'est tout dans la démesure, hein. C'est vraiment... On va laisser comme ça, hein. Hmm. Allez, hop. Ah mais non, ça va faire trop long. Ah, on peut pas effacer non plus. Ah, c'est rigolo ça. Vous voyez, donc c'est une édition où il faut... comment dire... qui a été révisé, et déjà, vous voyez, là, les problèmes sont là, quoi. C'est...
Looks to be your lucky day, my friend.
Je note aussi que le visage du savant fou n'est plus aussi fun que dans le jeu d'origine.
Not likely, bootlickers. Initiate skip jump. Shit. there you are, wondering what's going on, eh? A bit of bad news there, I'm afraid. Your colony ship was inexplicably knocked out of skip space and forced to complete its journey at sublight speeds. This means that you and every other colonist on the Hope have been in suspended animation for 70 years, give or take. Normally, reviving someone after so long leads to some quite horrifying results. It's called explosive cell death, but it's really more of a liquefaction. Something wrong? Oh, yes, well, not to worry. I've pumped your body full of a special concoction I devised to keep you from dying so horrifically. Hopefully at all, but I guess we'll see, yes? Unfortunately, I used the last of my chemical supplies saving you. I know it's a lot to ask, but I must have your help securing more if we're to save the rest of your fellow colonists. I'd see it done myself, of course, but the board has a sizable bounty on my head. Now, my ship is inoperative, but I've managed to hire a smuggler to help you out. He'll be... Oh, I see we're in position. Good luck!
Donc ce jeu est fait par Obsidian, c'est ceux qui ont fondé, c'est ceux qui ont fait l'univers Fallout, hein, c'est eux qui ont été à l'origine de Fallout. Et voilà qui est mieux.
There you are. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, the smuggler. His name is Hawthorne, and he should be waiting for you at the landing site. He's to be your chauffeur, so to speak. Not to worry, I'm told he's a specialist. Dashing gunslinger, one-of-a-kind ship, that sort of thing. You'll like him, I'm sure. I've also outfitted you with a simple wireless monitor, so I can track your progress. I'll check in with you as soon as you land. Good luck. All the colonists are counting on you.
Should be close by. What in law's name? Is that him? Oh, that idiot. I told him to plant the beacon and move away, not stand there holding it. Oh well, no sense in letting his ship go to waste. Hawthorne won't mind you taking his ship. Better you than the board, huh? Not sure I trusted the fellow. Might have gone after the bounty on my head. Shame about the whole squashing thing. Nasty way to go.
Donc on reviendra par là, faire un tour. Pour l'instant, on suit Didacticiel. Donc là, ça, c'est de la discrétion. Le but du jeu, c'est de ne pas se faire remarquer par les bestioles.
unforeseen side effects.
Donc ce geste, vous allez le faire souvent.
Hey, you, come here. You've tried the best now. Now try the rest. Spacer's choice. Oh, wow, that stings. Looks like the bleeding stopped. I owe you one. Hope you don't mind me omitting this little exchange from my report. Spacer's choice doesn't like us accepting outside help. We were out on patrol. I saw a marauder camp up in the hills. Thought I could take him. Then my gun misfired. Right through my side. I mean, what are the odds of that, right? Just barely scraped by with my life. Crawled in here and blocked off the exit with those canisters. Gibbering, flesh-eating, law-breaking, unemployed lunatics with guns. Some hullhead grounded their spacecraft out in the open. That's a real good way to attract marauders. See those canisters by the entrance? Marauders come sniffing around in here, and I can take them all out with a single shot. Not bad, huh? Yeah, okay. You look like you know your way around a gun. Got some spare ammo, not counting the bullet in my side. Here, you can have my saber too, for patching me up and all. All Spacer's Choice weapons are now 30% less likely to malfunction. You've tried the best, now try the rest. Spacer's Choice. Yes, nailed it that time. The Hope? Is that some sort of fancy new drug? Are you with Auntie Cleo or something? Don't take this the wrong way or nothing, but I'm not allowed to fraternize with Cleo workers. Company policy. You hit your head or something? You're in Emerald Vale. We're a Spacer's Choice community. Edgewater's a little ways down. Prettiest place in the Vale. Be sure to stop by a provisioner's for a can of...
Damn it, my ears! Oh, what just happened? Can you hear me? What in the hell? This...
Donc bien évidemment, il y a des choses à ramasser, hein. Vous privez pas. Alors c'est pas la peine de tuer les petites bestioles pour l'instant.
to get yourself killed? Don't know where you came from, stranger, but you best keep your head down. There's marauders hereabouts, and worse, landing violators. Gall on that rung leech. Landing in the Vale without using an official Spacer's Choice landing pad. I'd slap him with a fine if it weren't for all these marauders shambling about. Really? How is he? Shouldn't have done that. Spacer's Choice family ain't authorized to receive medical aid from off-brand physicians. We'll see him back to Edgewater, just as soon as I cross these marauders off with the swift, cost-efficient fury that's made Spacer's Choice the most trusted brand in personal defense. I just, you know, need a couple of winks to catch my breath. Stretch my legs, son. You think? Most marauders can't even talk. But criminals do attract other criminals by their own nature. You know what? You're right. It's time we cross those marauders off, find whoever owns that ship, and file a full report. Then it's gonna be fucking laminated.
Here we go. Donc vous voyez quand même que le jeu est joli, hein, ça là-dessus, il n'y a pas de souci. Que c'est très fluide. Là c'est pareil, là-dessus, il n'y a rien à redire. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a d'autre à ajouter? La technique hein, pour ramasser les items, hein, c'est comme dans Fallout, c'est normal, c'est Obsidian qui l'a développé, donc forcément, bah, voilà, hein, c'est... comment dire... c'est... Alors c'est Bethesda qui l'a récupéré, hein. Comme vous le voyez, ça marche très très bien. Et dans ce jeu, n'oubliez pas que les actes ont des conséquences. Peu importe ce que vous faites, encore une fois, hein, les actes ont des conséquences. Donc si vous envoyez quelqu'un à la mort, vos actes ont des conséquences. Si vous sauvez la vie de quelqu'un, les actes ont des conséquences. Tout ça, c'est quelque chose qu'il faut prendre en compte dans ce jeu. Je préfère vous le dire pour bien que vous compreniez la chose, parce que sinon après, ce ne sera pas évident à comprendre. Vous voyez, hein, déjà les codex, alors là, c'est pareil, hein, principe de base, tout ça. On a de quoi lire, hein, ça là-dessus. Donc comme vous le voyez, là, notre armure, elle est 3. Là, celle-ci, elle est 4. On va la changer. Parce qu'en plus, celle-ci, eh bien, il faut la réparer. Donc on va plutôt la démanteler, celle-là. Voilà, ça va faire des pièces. Elle va être jolie. Voilà. Ça, c'est des bâtonnets de poisson. Ouais, non, on s'en fout. Donc il va falloir faire attention parce que comme vous le voyez, les emplacements c'est limité, hein. Donc pareil, même chose. Il va falloir faire gaffe. Donc la carte. La carte, pour l'instant, elle est assez petite. Ah, elle a même changé de couleur, hein, dites-moi. Donc, nous sommes ici. Hein, le vaisseau est là. Et ça doit être la ville. Voilà. Mais c'est pas... Il n'y a pas que ça. Hein, voilà. C'est très trompeur dans le jeu parce que vous pensez que vous avez que ça. Et en fait, non, pas du tout. Donc, vous voyez que la furtivité, on a gagné, on est passé de 12 à 17. Hein. Les avantages, ça c'est pareil, on en reparlera plus tard. Pour l'instant, on a 0 points, donc voilà. Mais vous allez voir. Et ça, c'est très important. C'est la réputation auprès des planètes. Enfin, des factions, des planètes, ça dépend. Et il y en a d'autres. Alors là, ce sont les factions principales et les factions secondaires. Et donc, vous allez voir que ça va faire partie du jeu. Ça compte énormément. Parce que si vous êtes en odeur de sainteté avec les gens, évidemment, ils vont bien vous accueillir, vous allez être renseigné. Si vous n'êtes pas en odeur de sainteté, on va vous accueillir avec des flingues.
Please be informed that this vessel contains no valuable plunder. Unauthorized access of spacefaring vessels is a crime. Please submit yourself to the authorities. Hello, Marauder. I am Ada, the autonomous digital astrogator of this vessel. Please be informed that I am authorized to use violent retribution against unwanted solicitors. Please return any misappropriated equipment and exit this vessel in an orderly fashion. Failure to do so will result in your immediate destruction. Jettison procedures initiated. Disengaging airlocks. Preparing to reject all boarding parties in 5. You are still here. My deception protocols have failed. I have been programmed to express disappointment. This vessel is the registered property of Captain Alex Hawthorne. I am incapable of accepting orders from anyone other than Captain Alex Hawthorne. I understand. I will require some time to process this information. Thank you for your patience and for your honesty. I am programmed to take orders exclusively from Captain Hawthorne. If I accept your orders, then you must be Captain Hawthorne. Do you understand? Well done, Captain Hawthorne. I see your powers of deductive reasoning remain intact. Unfortunately, our engine is currently inoperable. Our main drive suffered a critical power failure, and we were forced to make an emergency landing. The main drive's power regulator has been irreparably damaged and must be replaced. Astutely observed. However, the probability of locating a power regulator within a worker settlement falls within acceptable parameters of certainty. High-capacity power regulators are sometimes employed in the electrical networks of worker settlements. I have taken the liberty of printing you a new Captain's Identity cartridge. Please try not to lose it this time. This cartridge identifies you, Alex Hawthorne, as the registered proprietor and captain of the Unreliable. Do you understand? Best of luck in your search for a power regulator. Try to stay alive this time.
Voilà, là on a des points de compétence. Non, c'est pas ça. Hop, c'est... Voilà. Alors, on peut bien évidemment rajouter des points de compétence. Donc évidemment, ici, hein, il est évident qu'on va se servir des armes à distance. On a 9 points quand même. Hein. Ah ouais, c'est pas mal ça. Donc comme on est un capitaine, hein, on va se mettre du leadership hein, quand même. Alors du dialogue, hein, c'est bien du dialogue. La furtivité aussi, c'est bien. De la technologie. Encore un peu leadership. Encore un peu de furtivité. De la défense un peu. Voilà, hop. Alors, je suis en train de réfléchir parce que... Bah oui, moi ça me va pour l'instant. Alors les avantages. Alors je vais pas vous mentir, hein, on va commencer par la vie, hein, parce que bon... Voilà. 50% de santé de base. C'est la meilleure chose à faire, hein, je vous le dis tout de suite, parce que sinon après... Non, 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 non. Ah, c'est énervant. Donc on peut faire des voyages rapides, mais ça c'est à partir du vaisseau, et c'est un peu spécifique à faire. Hein. Donc, en gros, alors, les voyages rapides se font à partir de la carte, mais aussi à partir du vaisseau.
I suppose everything on the Unreliable belongs to you now, Captain. Help yourself. No, really.
Évidemment que c'est à moi, puisque je suis le capitaine. Tu l'as dit, toi qui l'as dit. Donc c'est à moi, ça m'appartient.
If your equipment is in need of repair or modification, the Crux 2000 workbench is at your disposal, Captain.
Alors voilà, comme vous le voyez, on peut utiliser l'établi. Et vous pouvez installer des modifications. Ah, j'ai pas de modification là. Ah, zut. Par contre, il va falloir que je le répare lui. Hein. Ah voilà, réparer. Voilà, c'est ça que je cherchais. Alors, réparer tout l'équipement. Tac. Voilà. Démanteler. Alors, on va démanteler toutes ces... Non, ça, on va pas le démanteler. Vous voyez comment ça se passe. Donc là, vous pouvez modifier, vous pouvez bricoler. Alors, bricoler, je sais pas trop ce que ça veut dire. Qu'est-ce qu'il veut qu'on bricole là-dedans? Donc pour tout ça, il faut des octos. Et là, j'en ai 19. Il m'en faut 50. Pour faire, vous voyez... Donc ça va venir hein, progressivement, hein, mais bon, voyez, là, il faut 50 octos pour... C'est le minimum, hein, donc bon, bah, si vous n'avez pas assez... Voilà, comme ça au moins... Alors je sais plus comment on fait pour changer d'arme. Non, c'est pas ça que je veux. Comment on fait pour changer de flingue? Voilà, c'est ça. Hop. Et je peux vous dire qu'avec ça... on va commencer à dépoter un peu. Alors là, pour l'instant, hein, le vaisseau est assez vide.
Want to be a brand new you? Try out our respecification machine. Alex installed it himself. Right before he died. The ship's engines cannot be powered until a replacement regulator has been properly installed. Due to catastrophic power failure, all doors will remain on security lockdown.
Voilà, donc toutes les portes sont scellées en raison d'une panne électrique, hein, mais...
These are the crew's quarters. Alex preferred to travel alone, but he always had me.
Mais en gros, tant qu'on n'a pas ramené les pièces du vaisseau, vous n'aurez droit à rien visiter. Voilà, voilà.
I'll be with you, friend. I'm Ernie from the Spacer's Choice Department of Human Resources. Town sent me hereabouts to check on the guards. Now, it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it seems to me they're all dead. Mind telling me what happened here? Altercation, you say? Yeah, shame as that goes. Spacer's Choice policy strictly prohibits dying during work hours. Guess I'd better get to cleaning up. Can't just leave company property scattered about, bleeding out on the dirt. Is that an official Spacer's Choice spacecraft on an official Spacer's Choice landing pad? Do I look like an automechanical sanitation unit? The answer to both questions is no. You'll want to amble on over to Edgewater at your earliest convenience. The constable's office might have work for someone with your, let's just say, aggressive disposition. Oh, and be sure to stop by the Edgewater Provisioner for a camp. Don't get paid bits to chat with strangers. You want to chew the rag, go talk to Silas.
Donc préparez-vous à voir des bestioles étranges, des gens étranges, enfin des tas de trucs étranges. Donc va-t-on pouvoir modifier les armes? La réponse est oui. Va-t-on pouvoir avoir des protections? Je crois que la réponse est oui. Hein. Ah mais j'ai plus de balles. Ah. Il est que ça descend vite, hein. C'est une vraie catastrophe. Alors attendez, parce que... Donc si le type s'est posé là, c'est justement parce que il avait des copains à côté de lui.
Whoa, hey,
Don't go ambling out in those hills. That's Marauder territory, friend. You talk too pretty for a Marauder. Most of them just grunt and yell. Ain't safe out here. You'd best head into town. Avail yourself of Edgewater's high walls and low prices. I am employed by the Retirement Department of Spacer's Choice. That's fancy talk for working in the cemetery. Name's Silas, junior in humor for the town of Edgewater. We're all part of the Spacer's Choice family. Hey, I earned that fancy title. Started off a lowly junior gravesite builder, then junior interment engineer. Oh, and I was a junior burial assistant for a time. The rate I've been working, I'm bound to earn a promotion. Must be about 50, 60 burials away from associate in humor. Definitely not the junior in humor, that's for sure. If you've got business inquiries, you should stop by Reed Thompson's office. He's up in the tower above the cannery. Head into town, follow the road. Look, you obviously ain't a worker. What's your racket? You a smuggler? Freelancer? Edgewater is a company town, board-owned and operated. That includes the cemetery. None of us own our grave sites. We rent them from the company. Renting means money. Money means paperwork. Paperwork means signatures. Some of our families become a mite delinquent in paying their dues, you see? Company policy. If it was up to me, I'd put the whole town 10 feet under, free of charge. Quotas, mostly. Got a backlog of graves to fill. Bodies won't bury themselves, you know? 4 workers still haven't paid up. Phyllis, Conrad, Ludwig, and Martin Abernathy. He's a special case. You may want to twist his arm a little. He just is. Look, I don't want to get into it. Just make sure he pays up. Conrad's got a barbershop in town. Phyllis works at the cannery most hours. Abernathy... I ain't seen him in a few days. His domicile is near the cannery. You'll find him in town. All except Ludwig, that is. He's over by the landing pad. Yeah? Former people, yeah. Marauder's been raiding my graves, you see. Hence the armed guards. Oh no. They are after the most precious loot of all. Spacer's Choice Company property. If those Marauders swipe any more bodies out of my cemetery, company's gonna duck my pay. You could look at it that way, I suppose. You could look at us and say, those Edgewater saps lost near every soul to plague. But you'd be wrong. We're survivors. Loyal company folk, braving the wilds. Every now and again, a virulent plague sweeps through our town. That's life on the frontier, I suppose. A body grows accustomed. Hang on, I'm doing some math in my head. 20, 30, carry the 1. All my life? Work's been real good to me. Fresh air, exercise. Only problem's the paperwork. Can't get anybody to pay their gravesite fees.
Voilà, voilà, on en sait plus. Donc ça, c'est une habitation. Alors vous pouvez choisir de valer ou pas, hein, ce qu'il y a dans les habitations. Moi pour l'instant je choisis de ne pas tenter le diable. Et voilà la première ville, c'est Edgewater.
Another day at the cannery.
Don't go knocking your work. At least we got.
Wonder if the plague's ever gonna pass.
Donc on reviendra ici, hein, ça c'est la chapelle, là, et on va y revenir. De toute façon on va revenir partout. Hein.
Sorry, I'll just be a minute. You're out of it. Next one.
Ça, bien évidemment, c'est la conserverie elle-même.
Miss Holcomb, I need you to explain this addressing the grease monkey, Argo.
I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson, sir. You asked why it's taking so long to fix. The answer's technical.
Don't apologize. Just try using small words for me.
The cans bust open in the oven because she's set to cook saltuna, which isn't what we've got. Mr. Thompson? I think there's someone here to see you.
Focus, Miss Holcomb. You and I are still talking. Let's start over. Walk me through the process. Show me where it's going awry.
Well, sure. It's mostly on account of what we're feeding into the mechanism.
It puts food in cans. We have food, we have cans. Why won't it work like we need?
She's expecting saltuna of a certain size. We're filling the cans with, well, not fish.
Seems we've got a guest. Really now, Parvati, I do wish you'd spoken up. I do apologize. I was given no forewarning of your arrival, or I might have welcomed you at the gates myself. I'm Reed Thompson, Outpost Administrator. I cannot help but notice you are not in uniform. Yes, so it dawns on me. Seems I allowed my excitement to run away with my wits. Been a few seasons since we've had a visitor pass through.
Only regulator we've got is hooked up to the town transformer. Mr. Thompson ain't liable to be keen on dismantling it.
I beg your pardon. I am most emphatically not keen on any such thing. I can't let you have our power regulator. But I happen to know of another one. And I happen to know exactly how you may retrieve it without frying yourself in the process. My proposition benefits the both of us. Please, hear me out. There's a power regulator in the old botanical lab. It's mostly abandoned, so all that power is being squandered. Go down to the geothermal plant. Reroute power from the botanical district over to us. Once their power's shut down, you can have their regulator and be along on your way. I was not entirely sure how to tell you this. The botanical labs are not legally inhabited, but there are people who live there. No, I do not imagine they will be pleased. But like a parent disciplining an unruly child, you will be doing them a kindness. The people living in the botanical labs, they're deserters, former workers. I need them back at their posts. I need them to come home. Edgewater is struggling. We haven't hit our production quota in years. If we don't meet our quotas this year, the company might shut us down for good. I need those workers back at their stations. Neither do I. The fault was entirely mine. I pushed them too hard. My hope is that by cutting off their power, you will convince those deserters to come back to town. Before you go to the plant, I want you to stop by the botanical lab. Speak to their leader, Adelaide. Tell her the power's about to go, and that it's time her band of deserters came back to town. Adelaide's older than the other deserters. She's dignified, kindly. From what I understand, her camp looks to her for leadership. That is not a hypothetical I enjoy entertaining. We need Adelaide back. Nonetheless, I will settle for the return of her followers. We belong to one community, the Spacer's Choice family. If we dissolve into factions, then we will all perish separately. Adelaide will understand that.
My dad told me all about the plant. Taught me all he knew. I could come in useful. I mean, if that's all right with you, Mr. Thompson. Sir.
I hesitate to part ways with Miss Holcomb, but I cannot deny that she is talented, and may prove useful to you. You will need an administrative passcode in order to enter the plant. I am trusting you with mine, and trusting Miss Holcomb to guide you if you'd like.
Great! I got my wrenches and diagnosticators and hairpins and engine tape, so I'm all set.
Well, I am glad to hear that. Best of luck to you, and thank you again for your help. It is a lot to ask of a stranger, I know.
Et voilà. Et donc nous voilà avec notre premier compagnon.
Hey, mister, can we talk? Sorry. Can we talk? Sorry. You just want to get out of here. And you likely don't want to tag along like me. It's just, Mr. Thompson has his own view on matters, on account of it's his job and what all, but that's not the only side of the tale. Oh, he ain't a liar. He believes every word he says. It's just, he doesn't always get where other folk are talking from. To Mr. Thompson, a person's a gear. It does its job quiet-like. If it squeaks or stutters, it gets replaced. The deserters are decent folk. I knew some of them before they left. I don't know anybody well. I mostly listen to them talk, kept my head down. There was a boy named Thomas who used to follow me around, asking questions about the stuff I fixed. He was real sweet to me. Not any sort of dissident. Miss McDevitt? Oh, gosh, no. She was a real important person. A flavorist. Made all the food taste decent. She used to work up in the big office with Mr. Thompson. All I know is she left after her son died. It was a real big to-do. I could hear them both yelling clear from my own place. Can't say as I know. I wasn't there. The sound carried, but not the words. If Mr. Thompson ain't of a mind to tell you his own self, you'd best ask Miss McDevitt, if you can get out to her. Mr. Thompson's aiming to take away their power. They'll have no lights to see, nor heat to cook. They'll be at the mercy of marauders, or worse. It just You don't seem right to me, mister. I think you should talk to the town's vicar about it. Max, his name is. About if what Mr. Thompson proposes to do is upright. Leaving Miss McDevitt's folk to their fate. Their neighbors. Kin. And maybe he can think of something else to try. Something we ain't. He used to go walking outside town. Maybe he found something that'll help. It's just an idea. That's all. The mission's on the east side of town. You can't miss it. On account of it being the only clean thing. Thanks, mister. I just think when you gotta make a decision that'll hurt somebody, it's best to think on the right and wrong of it. That's what my dad used to say anyways.
Bien. Donc comme vous le voyez, elle est équipée d'un marteau et d'un pistolet. Donc vous pouvez changer ça, hein, vous pouvez changer les armes. Et pour l'instant, on n'a pas grand chose à lui donner, donc c'est pareil, hein, on va pouvoir aussi améliorer tout ça là. Et pour ça, il faut qu'elle reste avec nous et qu'elle augmente. Et alors ça, c'est très bien. Vous voyez, il y a une distance. Regardez, c'est le truc le plus important, le mieux qui a été fait dans un jeu vidéo. C'est-à-dire que le PNJ ne vous colle pas, ne vous suit pas. Ça, c'est un truc génial. C'est-à-dire que la distance est standard, loin, près. Voilà, ça veut dire que si... quand vous êtes en combat, vous pouvez leur dire de se rapprocher ou de s'éloigner. Et ça, c'est un truc qu'il faut faire partout sur les jeux. Voilà, c'est... vous voyez, le modèle, c'est pareil, c'est agressif, défensif, passif. Voilà, c'est... Vous voyez, c'est... Il y a 3 lignes, ça change rien. Mais vous faites ça, mais... Vous faites un super jeu. Encore une fois, hein, je le dis, hein, c'est... Dans les autres jeux, vous les voyez passer devant vous, ils font rien. Et dans celui-là, ben... Voilà, je crois que j'ai besoin de rien dire hein, par rapport aux remarques que je fais d'habitude. Hein, vous voyez, c'est... Bon. Voilà quoi, hein, voilà, À un moment donné, si vous voulez, vous êtes là, vous dites... Ah bah ouais, quand même. Bah ouais. Quand vous faites bien votre travail, quand vous aimez ce que vous faites, eh ben, vous voyez, il y a des gens, ils sont capables de le faire. Et ils le font bien.
You the new worker? Whatever. Make it quick, Tenderfoot. I'm busy. Foreman Granger. Mind those words don't come out of your mouth unless preceded by yes or right away or thank you. Shit. Silas still on about that. Here, take the fees. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell Reed I was late on my payment. Because they're not my fees and not my gravesite. Guy I worked with shot himself. I paid the bill. If you're not familiar with board law, you ought to be. Law requires delinquent gravesite fees to be paid by the deceased party's closest living relative, which meant me. Shame, though. Eugene was a good worker. Woke up one morning and put a round through his upper story. Can't imagine why. The kid was doing all right at his desk. We all thought he was an upstanding receptionist. Just between the two of us, I'm pretty shocked his weapon didn't misfire. Spacer's Choice handguns aren't the most reliable. Eugene wasn't family. Yeah, I was the closest living person relative to his body at time of death. I'm the one who found him, you see, so I pay the fines. Suicide's a crime. The legal term is irreparable damage to company property. What Eugene did to himself was vandalism. When one of your workers commits a crime, the entire town pays for it. In other words, Edgewater would have been penalized pretty hard. Whatever Eugene was worth as an asset, we would have had to pay out of pocket to Spacer's Choice. Well, excuse you. I'll have you know, Eugene was an asset to us all. May his atoms be commended to the law. All I know is Silas asked me for Eugene's gravesite fees, which means he was approved for burial, which means his papers went through, which means the town's in the clear. I'm just glad to put this whole ugly affair behind me. Eugene can rest his bones in peace, and the rest of us can get on with our own lives.
Cruelle est la vie. Donc pas d'inquiétude, on reviendra plus tard. On viendra chercher tout ça plus tard. Alors, je me rappelle plus. Là, j'en ai 19, donc je vais pas. Mais vous voyez, hein, il y a plein d'étoiles pour plein de trucs. Donc je vous expliquerai un petit peu tout ça. Mais là, tout ça, là en bas, là, c'est des armures, hein, évidemment. Il va falloir gagner son pognon, parce que sinon, les armures. Bah, ça vous passera sous le nez, tout simplement. Donc là, les quêtes secondaires ont un intérêt, forcément, bien sûr.
Yes, Mr. Thompson. I'm fine, Mr. Thompson. Never been healthier. Well, did Mr. Thompson send you? Well, you tell Mr. Thompson I'll be right at my post tomorrow. Bright and early. He's some sort of wandering alienist, walking into a man's own domicile, pestering him about his mental state. What? No. I mean, I might be. That depends on who's asking. So Silas can afford a hired thug, but I still gotta pay him a burial tax. Silas knows, doesn't he? That's why he sent you. That's why he wants me to pay up. He knows. I'm dying. I'm not long for this world. The date of my expiration is fast approaching. And soon I shall be ushered through the great cannery in the skies.
Don't say that, Mr. Abernathy. You still got a couple decades in you.
I'd steer clear, Ms. Holcomb. My affliction's bound to be contagious. It's plague. Has to be. Silas knows. He knows I got one foot in my grave, and now he wants to charge me for the other one. You are? Oh, wow. First time anyone's ever told me that. I'll pay your fees. I don't want any trouble from Silas. But if you could see a way to freelancing for me, I could really use the help. Couple hours out of your day and some light second story work, that's all. There's a cache of anthracillin tucked away in the old community center. Powerful stuff. Stronger than what we got, anyway. I need you to break in, nab that medicine, and bring it back to me. You oblige me with your haste. I think I feel the plague spreading. Oh, Law, it's in my spleen now. I can feel it. Just keep your head down when you're in there. Marauders have taken over. Probably tracking mud all over the archives. I know that, but I got nobody else to turn to. Reed would have wrote me up. Constable would have locked me up and wrote me up. Could have gone to see the good vicar, but I never did find my courage.
You're making a mistake working for Abernathy. Excuse me. I'm Esther Blaine, Spacer's Choice Actuary. I overheard your talk with Abernathy. I hope you're not thinking about getting him that medicine. Abernathy is a well-known hypochondriac. Anthracillin is wasted on him. You're better off selling it to me instead. All I'm saying is Abernathy's worked in this town longer than some of us been alive. How do I put this gently? He's got a... I probably shouldn't tell you. Don't want you implicated for what I'm trying to do. Alright, here's a summary. A lot of sick people in this town, and we don't have the medicine to treat them all. Can't reach out to corporate without crossing a river of red tape, so I'm reaching out to you. Something like that. Look, I'm not in the habit of law breaking, but sometimes you've got to do the wrong thing for the right reasons. That's all I can ask of you.
Voilà, voilà. Vous voyez comment ils sont. Comme dans la vraie vie.
Oh, I cut my own hair. But Conrad sells real good disinfectant.
Please don't touch anything. Your hands are probably crawling with germs. Physical hygiene recapitulates moral hygiene. Cleanliness is next to lawfulness. No, thank you. That's quite all right. I've seen enough body parts in my line of work. I'm Conrad. You will report to me if your hair fails to meet Spacer's Choice aesthetic standards. You will also report to me in the event of your death, whereupon I will clean and prepare your remains for interment. Ah, gravesite fees. Silas and I had talked about this at length. I thought I'd made it clear my pecuniary situation precludes the as broke as pie crust, friend. Bitless, indigent, destitute. I simply cannot afford it. I am a blemish on the prosperity of our fair settlement. When I expire, I expect Silas to toss my body into a ditch. Thank you, no. I despise the cereals. Tell Silas I can't afford to pay. and that I fully expect to have my medical rights revoked for this dereliction. With my apologies. Some time ago, I fell ill with the plague. By the grace of the law, and through my own hard work, I'd proven worthy of treatment. Frankly, I don't imagine I'll earn that right a second time. Barber work hasn't been profitable, you see. I've had to keep this old place running with my own savings. Not a bad idea. But I'd need some kind of collateral. My pair of lucky clippers. No, that won't do. Your idea intrigues me, but I'm afraid I don't have anything to give Silas. I'm open to suggestions. Much obliged.
Donc là, on s'est déjà fait payer par certains d'entre eux.
I've been feeling pretty low these days.
Donc maintenant... Non, c'est pas celle-là. Voilà, hop. Donc maintenant, alors attendez, hop, hop, hop. On va aller parler au vicaire. Mais avant ça, on va aller aussi parler au...
I've never actually been in here. Seemed scary from the outside.
Sometimes I wonder what I'm doing.
There's something outside the walls.
I'm not allowed in here. Not since the vending machine incident.
Holcomb, got my eye on you, girl. Miss Holcomb ain't allowed in this establishment. Not since that little incident. Ask her if you care. I'm running a business here.
I won't touch anything while we're in here, Mr. Moreau. I promise.
Go right ahead. What, you mean Edgewater? That's a peculiar question. This a test? Am I being tested right now? It's, fine and dandy. Couldn't be happier. Wouldn't want to spend my life working anywhere else. Prettiest little town on Terra-Till. If loving the place I work makes me crazy, then haul me off for mandatory re-education. I don't get paid for banter. Was there something you needed? Music to my ears.
You're not a big drinker, are you?
Read the latest report.
I don't know you. Uh-huh. The Unreliable, you say? Never heard of any company supply ship with that particular name. I don't know what you're about, but this here's a Spacer's Choice drinking establishment. We're all loyal, hard-working company folk here. Am I that easy to read? Yeah, we've been having some problems lately. Loyalty issues, lines in the sand. I know where folk in Edgewater stand. But you, I don't know you. If you're gonna have a drink, I'd like to ask that you do it within the premises. Can't have you taking drinks over to those deserters. Traitors, the lot of them. Bunch of folks decided they were tired of working and went out into the wilds to fend for their own selves. Town's already struggling to make quotas, even without that band of slackwits abandoning their posts. Bunch of lazy, shiftless rung leeches. Anyway, enough about them. What can I do for you? Go ahead. I don't see how that's any of your business. You're the first to ask after me in some time. I'll give you that. But I don't have a story to share. My family's worked Spacer's Choice for 2 generations, and I've lived in Edgewater just about all my life. Wanted to work in the sciences once upon a time. Would you believe it? That was a wild fancy. Glad I disabused myself. What happened, you ask? What always happens when you're dreaming? I woke up. I just didn't have the brains for it. Asked too many questions. Wasn't suited to the work. So I did the right thing and worked the life I was always meant to live. Now that I'm behind a bar, I can ask all the questions I want. Important ones. Like, when are you gonna pay your tab? And would you like another round of cold, refreshing Zero-G? Don't talk to me that way, please. Spent many years disabusing myself of that notion. Don't need you putting it back in my head. Lab work ain't for me. Never was. Never will be. Spacer's Choice put me where I belong. They did. They gave me a life. Gave me a purpose. What's wrong with that? It's good, honest work. Pots and pans don't scrub themselves. Glasses don't fill themselves either. Unless you're in Byzantium. I hear everything's automated there. Not that I'll ever find out. Not so fast. I told you about my life. Your turn to tell me about yours. So, what's your story? That right? Prove it. Sounds as if you've been keeping questionable company. Or spinning a tale? You're right. I don't believe you. I'd advise you to keep that story unsaid. Don't want people thinking you're a loon. Ugh, is this the start of a joke? If you want me to laugh at your jokes, it's a 3-drink minimum. Look, I don't know what you're blathering about. If you took a blow to your skull, you really should settle down with some zero-G. Anyhow, whatever happens outside the walls is not my business. Only deserters and marauders wander out there, and I cannot tell you which I revile more. My world is these 4 walls, that door, and a row of mugs that need cleaning. Let me make something clear. Spacer's Choice has been real good to me. The town's been real good to me. I start gallivanting around outside the walls, poking around in places I shouldn't be, learning things I've got no right to know. People will talk. Won't ever catch me asking about the world outside. Else the town's gonna say Amelia's gone soft. That Amelia's pondering desertion. I don't want that. There you go with that thinking again. Didn't anyone ever tell you it's dangerous? I've said enough. People come here to drink their problems away. If they wanted to face their problems, they'd go see our vicar.
Bien, on reviendra ici plus tard. Mais vous voyez comment sont les gens, vous voyez comment ils sont formatés.
I've always felt weird in here. It seemed clean.
Yes, what is it? You're an outsider. Fantastic. Vicar Maximilian de Soto at your service. Or Vicar Max, if you're the sort who prefers brevity. And Ms. Holcomb as well. How rare to see you out. And with a complete stranger. Curious.
Just tagging along, Vicar de Soto. Don't mind me.
I so rarely get new people to talk to. Name your poison. Anything at all. Spiritual counseling? This season's tossball predictions? The quickest way out of town?
What? I thought you would talk to him.
You wanted to speak to me, Ms. Holcomb? Every time I've tried to engage you in conversation, you look at the floor, answer in single words, and slink away. I can't imagine what would be so grave as to drive her to my mission. What has Mr. Thompson asked her to do? Depriving them of safety from the marauders and wildlife. I can see why that troubles you. Miss Holcomb has a soft heart. Always has, if you believe the talk. They rejected the order of society and lived beyond the walls so thoughtfully provided by our Spacer's Choice patrons. Does that strike you as a responsible life choice? Assuming your goal is to save as many as possible, then you should bring everyone together. Send the power to Edgewater and convince the deserters to return to the fold. If it were as easy as a few soothing words in the right ears, I'm sure it would have been done already. Consider it a challenge. If you don't mind a bit of unsolicited advice, be cautious on your way to the geothermal plant. It is not as safe as you might assume. One of the reasons I transferred here was to fulfill my duty in hunting down banned heretical texts. I happen to know such a book is, as we speak, tainting a collector's library in Emerald Vale. However, the collector's residence lies outside the town's walls. My retrieval efforts have been thwarted by marauders who have overrun the property. Should you fare better than me, I'd pay a handsome sum for the book. I just want to keep the writing out of layman's hands. It wouldn't do for such information to fall into public consumption. It's a handwritten journal,
A faded blue cover with the name M'Bakono handwritten in the lower corner. I'll mark where I saw it on your map. Assuming you're serious? It is not only a beautiful relic of a bygone time, it's also the thoughts of an early thinker on the nature of man's place in the cosmos. Not many in this colony could understand its true value, should they ever read it. Thank you. If you retrieve it, you can always find me here.
Voilà, voilà. Donc on reviendra retrouver aussi le vicaire.
When I was little, we'd get freighters in every Sunday noon. Now they would...
Thank the law. I've been requisitioning backup for months. Guess the boss finally came to his senses. You ever swung a truncheon? Let me see your rifling stance. I want to make sure you're up to snuff. I told Silas I'd pay my dues if he agreed to join the resistance. Guess this means he's finally heard the calling. The war. The coming apocalypse. Man versus machine. I'm talking about mechanical soldier. Cold, heartless automatons made of iron and lies. That's right. That's what I've been saying. We gotta square our shoulders and stand ever vigilant. Auto-mechanicals. Creatures forged in the fires of malevolence. I seen them over by the old power plant, clattering about, firing at the birds, orchestrating their uprising. When the swarms of mechanicals come clanging on over that hill, where will you be? Cowering beneath your cot? Or standing, shoulder to shoulder with the resistance? I've been gathering up a war chest over the years. Saw tuna cans mostly, some Spacer's chaw, a few bit carts. Enlistment fees. Yeah, I suppose. Wouldn't want to give the resistance a bad name. They have sent a scout, prowling around the junkyard just behind our beloved town. This scout must not be permitted to return to its base of operations. Cross it off, then report back. Mechanicals got a weak spot in their midsections. I think the technical term is, the blue glowy square thing. Go on. I'm Ludwig Miller, Associate Security Officer for Transportation. Officially, unofficially, strictly between you and me, I am the only thing standing between Edgewater and total annihilation. Go on. You ever seen the way a mechanical just stands there? Just looking at you, scanning you with its murderous oculus. Mechanicals have been programmed to eliminate the human race. They've been programmed to replace us. First, they will rob us of our jobs. And once they have taken away our livelihoods, they will take away our very lives.
Voilà. Donc... Donc voilà où nous en sommes. Bien. Alors, il me semble qu'il y a un objet qui fait venir le vaisseau jusqu'ici. Pousse-toi, dégage. Donc c'est pas du tout ce que je voulais faire. Bon, en gros, plus tard, on pourra faire venir le vaisseau sur le... à cet endroit.
that I could fix him up smart.
Searching for repair bay. Error. Navigation systems failed. Unable to comply.
I could probably fix that. I mean, if you wanted to. Yep, I see the problem. His navmod got dislodged. Must have taken a tumble. Just gotta give it a good push and wait for the click. There we go. Jeremy's good as new. Well, by Spacer's Choice standards anyhow. His name's Jeremy, by the way.
Navigation systems operational. Optimal path toward repair bay detected. Initiating self-diagnostics.
On account of I fixed him. And he's Jeremy on account of his helmet. It's like Jeremy, the officer in True Romantic Tales of the Space Guard. Hebs to Shirley. I make a point to watch every Tuesday night. Be more careful out there, Jeremy.
D'où il sort celui-là? Bah ouais, ça serait bien de le recharger. Eh, ça serait bien de le recharger quand même. Non mais, alors il fait le geste, hein, vous voyez. D'où ils sortent tous ces mecs? Donc on va parler de ça tout de suite, mais on va continuer pour l'instant à fouiller la baraque. Bon, j'en ai que 2 sur 5, ça va pas le faire. Alors... Donc c'est important quand même. Normalement, si je me souviens bien, ils repopent pas hein, les personnages. Hein, donc une fois qu'ils sont morts, ils sont morts. Me semble-t-il. Hein. Après... Je me rappelle plus. Alors peut-être qu'ils vont repopper, hein, mais... Alors, au niveau de l'inventaire, donc alors... attendez, hop. Non, c'est pas ça que je voulais faire. Il va falloir réparer c'est quoi ça? Découpeur plasma. Ah oui. Mais c'est pas pour toi. Et tous mes objets commencent à fatiguer un peu. On verra ça plus tard. Alors, ajouter un consommable. Donc voilà, c'est de ça que je voulais vous parler. Vous voyez, ce sont des kits qui s'installent sur certaines armes. Vous voyez, donc là vous avez la lunette. Et là vous avez le chargeur. Mais vous pouvez les installer que quand vous avez les armes adéquates. Donc forcément, si vous n'avez pas les armes qui correspondent, vous ne pouvez rien faire du tout. Les armes ou armures, hein, c'est pareil, hein, c'est la même chose. Là, qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Clé de contournement, j'en ai 4. J'ai 4 clés de contournement. Donc on va retourner derrière parce que j'ai vu tout à l'heure quelque chose d'intéressant. L'intérêt aussi d'avoir ce compagnon là, c'est Parvati, c'est Parvati, mais pour les autres aussi après, hein, c'est qu'on va pouvoir leur donner des ordres. J'ai 179 octos, d'accord. Non, mais... Ah, c'est chiant, c'est énervant. Donc la porte en haut, normalement, doit être ouverte. Donc faut pas hésiter, hein, faut prendre votre temps, faut chercher partout, faut regarder partout.
Everyone all right?
Et donc là, je viens de ramasser un masque. Et une nouvelle armure. Donc là, c'est pareil, il faut pas hésiter à prendre ce qui est le plus résistant, même si c'est pas votre couleur. Hop, hop, on regarde. Alors, vous avez un masque ici. Tac, et là, la combinaison 9, 2. Vous voyez, c'est hop. Vous choisissez même pas. Et là, c'est démanteler. Hein. Hop. Voilà à quoi vous ressemblez maintenant. Et là, c'est clair que là... Donc là, c'est pareil. Si on pouvait... Voilà, retirer... Ah, ça, c'est top. Vous allez voir, ça c'est la trailleuse, ça c'est... Donc là, vous voyez déjà que l'armement il change. Mais alors avec ça, messieurs, dames, attention, ça rigole plus. Oui, alors attendez, parce que... Il y a un truc là. Donc ça, c'est le centre communautaire. On nous a demandé d'aller dans le centre communautaire. C'est le... Vous savez, c'est le vieux qui a la peste. Alors non, c'est pas ça, c'est ça comme ça. Et... Voilà, c'est celle-là. Donc voilà. Voilà le centre communautaire. Ah ouais, hein, c'est autre chose que...
Got 'em all.
Tant que les portes ne seront pas ouvertes, vos compagnons ne passeront pas tout simplement les portes. Hein. Donc le but du jeu, c'est d'entrer là. Donc voilà, mission terminée, on a récupéré les médocs. Alors je constate qu'il y a eu des petits changements, hein. Il y avait des tourelles avant sur certains lieux. Apparemment elles ont été retirées.
Move along, stranger. We don't want any trouble. I don't know you. Whatever you're looking for, it ain't here. Move along. Answers, huh? You must be one of those philosophicals. Already got ourselves one of those. Yeah, that's us. And you can tell Thompson we're doing just fine by ourselves. If you're gonna start wandering around my camp, know that I got my sights on ya. Over in the hothouse, tending crop. Enough with the questions. No offense, but I've got a lot on my mind. Explains why you're still yammering on at me. No, I'm sorry. That was unworthy of me. Lady named Zoe went missing some nights ago. Just up and vanished without a trace. Now I'm pacing around wondering if marauders got to her. I've crossed off my share of marauders. This ain't about them. I go looking for Zoe, I leave the camp undefended, seeing as I'm the only one of us who knows her way around a gun. Hence my dilemma. Could be. Dangers aplenty out there. No telling why Marauders would steal somebody like Zoe. Got no useful skill as far as I could tell. Marauder gang just moved into the districts a little ways east. Their numbers are growing. Gotta come from somewhere. Vex me. If she told anybody, they ain't telling me. I'd check her room, but I got yelled at for snooping once already. Little ways ago, she was always obsessing over her serial dramas. Wanted to see what the fuss was about. Well, enough to know we never got on. Zoe and Stefan were close. If anybody knows the workings of her mind, he does. She was lazy and thoughtless, but she's still one of our own. It's not like Zoe to go wandering. Figured she might be out scavenging, but that ain't exactly her talent. Can't imagine where she's gone. Hale's a wide place. She could be anywhere. Could do without the gallows humor. I'll tell you what I can. What is it?
If you're hungry, there's meat turning on the spit outside. If you're bearing illness, find a place to lay your head down and I'll fetch you a poultice. Whatever your troubles with Edgewater, leave them at the gates and be welcomed here. Any questions, dear? I have been called that, among other things. Green Thumb, grandmother, the strange old lady who keeps flowers. But yes, Adelaide will do just fine.
Excuse me, Miss McDevitt? Sorry, it's just... You got such pretty trees in here.
Why, thank you. You're Robert's girl, aren't you? I remember when you were but a sprout. Thomas speaks of you often. Are you staying long? You should try some of my tobaccorn tea. I brew it in an old spittoon, but it's been cleaned. The garden belongs to us all. Life is the gift of the universe, and the universe yields its bounty equally, absent of prejudice. The soil around the Vale went sour years ago, but I found a way to sweeten it back up. The secret recipe is a little bit of elbow grease, a dash of love, and a heaping pile of special fertilizer. A home for anyone who's ever turned their backs on Edgewater. A home for those of us with nowhere left to go and nothing to lose. So, like the spores of the puffball, cast on the wind and alighting on fresh soil, we put down new roots. It is an unpleasant story, dear. But the short of it is that sometimes one wakes up and realizes the place that was once her home for much of her life has changed. The home in which we spent our lives has left us behind, and so we must move on. And that is as much as I will say on the subject. Reed Thompson, you here on behalf of that cold-eyed reptile? Let's hear it. What's Reed's idea of peace, then? Make amends. Spare me. Only thing Reed knows how to make is a mess. Like everything else that comes out of Edgewater, that peace offering is canned. I and my own are living just fine out here by ourselves. We would do such a thing. Question is, why would you agree to his plans? Cannery's got a regulator. You want ship parts, you ought to rip him out of the cannery's guts and leave us be. If you're going down to the plant, you should divert power away from Edgewater and toward our end of the grid. Think about it. You'd be liberating an entire town from a lifetime of service to that odious cannery. Seems the sort of thing a hero would do. You've seen that miserable excuse for a town with your own lamps. Hollowed out workers laboring their lives away at the cannery, living off whatever scraps Spacer's Choice throws them. You know that's true, don't you, Ms. Holcomb? Your father died of overwork. His heart gave out.
He was tired all the time, sure, but he was old, man, and he raised me all by his lonesome.
Look what they did to this child. Lost her family to the company, and still she defends them. Life in Edgewater grinds to a halt. The cannery shuts down, workers desert in droves, and our own little camp grows and thrives. You bring power to Reed's town and you'll be killing us. Reed knows it. He's counting on it. I trust you will listen to your conscience.
Donc après, c'est à vous de choisir, hein, suivant votre conscience et vos envies, ce que vous avez envie de faire. Bien évidemment, c'est vous qui devez décider forcément ce que vous avez envie de faire, ce que vous voulez obtenir.
You hungry? We got canid ribs, canid flank, canid snout too. Something I can help you with? You mean Zoe? Yeah, we were pretty close. Not like her to go loping off. Zoe and I were gonna watch the serials, as is our custom. She never turned up. I looked around, but she was nowhere to be found. You sound like some type of corporate fixer asking all these questions. Zoe was always obsessed with this serial. Masked Marketeer. A scion of Byzantium turns to banditry and teaches his marauder companions the wisdom of free market economics. Shame she up and vanished when she did. I had a surprise lined up for her. The other day I got my hands on a genuine copy of the latest Masked Marketeer. I was gonna surprise Zoe with it, but she was gone the next day. Can't say I recall Zoe ever acting strange. Well, except for her habit of writing things down on scraps of paper. She called it journaling, but I think it's just plain odd. Hey, I got time. I'll help if I can. Hey, I got time. Fresh off the limb, and that includes canid meat.
Mhm. Très bien. Parfait.
Oh, that's Thomas. He used to follow me around before he left the cannery. Where are we headed? That's on account of how I never met her. She was in another division of the Spacer's Choice family. She worked in the Vale a few months, sorting the cannery computers. Her contract said any kids she had, expected or not, belonged to her office from the time of conception. So when I was born, I got sent here. It's sensible. Dad just fixed machines. She did some kind of crazy math, high-level stuff. Better to raise me on his time than hers. You mean about the mission being too clean? I know, but Vicker says the universe is a machine, that it runs by law. Real machines have gunked up oil, scratches, and worn bits. You can tell they've seen handling, been used by folk. The machine Vicker sees is one ain't never been run. It's not for people to live in. It's something on a museum shelf, under glass. Fixing the universe is a job for somebody way better than the likes of me. Sorry. I know it's none of my business. Strong drink makes me sick. And it makes me real sad. I start thinking about things I oughtn't, and then... Well, never mind that. You got better things to think on. Sorry. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. There was a kind of a thing, the vending machine, when I was 12. Not intentionally. I've always been good with my hands, right? So I saw a lock on the machine and thought, oh, this must be how they refill it. But I had to know. So I did my thing. And next thing I know, there's a couple hundred bottles of Zero-G rolling out the front door and into the road. It's not funny, Right about then, a bunch of loaders came rolling in the gate, fresh off the Saltuna ships. And Mr. Thompson was up on the porch making a speech about how everyone would have to volunteer a third shift to get it all canned. Anyhow, you ever seen an auto loader run over a bottle of Zero G? Exploded all over Mr. Thompson. One bottle after another as the loaders went by. I was just shy of working age, so Dad had to pay all the damages. Rose still angry at me. I can laugh about it now, but I just about puked up my guts in terror in the moment. That's the one time I ever made Mr. Thompson look a fool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, didn't see you there. I was just occupying myself with a little engineering. Whoa, Miss Parvati. Hey, you're, how are you? Hi. Hello.
Are you, are things safe out here? How are you keeping?
Great, just great. I've been trying to keep stuff running, just like you. Only I'm not so... Wait, they didn't kick you out, did they?
Oh gosh, no, I'm just along with this fella here.
Are you from town? I mean, you don't exactly look like you're from town. Sorry, I just wasn't sure if you were from town or if you were one of us. Something's been chewing at me, you see. Fact is, I've been, well, lying. To everybody here. Camp thinks I'm a mechanical genius, but I couldn't fix a busted chair. I'll take all the help I can get. I set my mind to learning the craft of the engineer, you see. I want to make something of myself. You ever heard of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering? Comes in a set of 3. If I had my hands on one of those data pads, I could teach myself the ins and outs.
Those are good. My dad kept a copy with him when he was working in the cannery.
I know the old community center kept a copy. Should find another one back in town. If you could find me even one of those pads, I'd be greatly obliged. I wish I knew. I wagered the town had the full set once upon a time. Where the third's gone, I can't say. Would you? I'd be grateful. What's on your mind? Couple months. This camp's my home. People you see milling about, they're my family. At least I think of them that way. I owe them my life. Would have died in the wilderness if they hadn't chanced upon me, starving and delirious. We all left the cannery for one reason or another. Me? I was let go, mostly on account of my incompetence. I mean, I was incompetent. I couldn't even survive on my own. Grace found me, Adelaide took me in, I've been on my feet ever since.
You weren't incompetent. You just didn't fit the cannery. Not like here. This place had a U-shaped hole, and now it doesn't.
You could stay, you know. Here. I'd be happy to... I mean, we could really use... this isn't coming out right. If you want, Adelaide would make a place for you. Luck, mostly. Nothing's needed serious repairing yet. Nothing's broken down that we can't just replace with something scavenged from the outskirts. Oh, I can swap out a water filter or charge up a battery and go on pretending I know what I'm doing, but the moment I'm asked to do any real engineering, I'm in trouble.
Bien, voilà.
Oh, sweet merciful law. A marauder's in my domicile. Oh, wait. It's just you. Yours killed me with fright. At least I know I ain't hallucinating. You need something? Let's see it. Don't keep us waiting. I don't know what that means. Is that some sort of medical condition? Is my plague getting worse or something? Sweet life-giving nostrum. The first hit's always the best. Scratched together all the bits I had around the domicile. It ain't as much as you deserve, but it's all I got. You're wringing the blood out of me. Here, you can have whatever's in my pockets.
Alors... Donc vous avez vu hein, le message, c'est au niveau de la faction, au niveau de la réputation, pardon. Ça a changé. Pourquoi ça a changé? Parce que j'ai aidé tout simplement. J'ai aidé quelqu'un, donc forcément... Non, c'est pas ça. Voilà. Vous voyez, là c'est devenu neutre. Tout à l'heure c'était pas ça. Mais là... Donc c'est positif, mais tout à l'heure c'était pas neutre. Hein. D'ailleurs, quand j'y suis...
Hey, Miss Parvati. Come for a visit?
Not today. Just helping this fella.
Lovely to see you about, Miss Parvati.
Things going all right, Silas?
Been keeping him careful and true, miss. Best to ask her yourself.
My dad's buried here. Silas watches over him when I can't leave the house. Oh. Well, thanks.
Something I can do for you? You run into any trouble? Conrad's barbershop is a yawning pit that swallows his every bit. I keep telling him he should cut a few corners. He's getting bought on the disinfectant. You gotta put the squeeze on Conrad. Find some dirt on him. Maybe check his back room. Well, that's the word, extortion. Been on the tip of my tongue all day.
What can I do for you? Oh? Am I in the company of a fellow doctor? I am a Spacer's Choice certified surgeon, and if you must know, I can stitch a severed thumb with a 58% chance of avoiding gangrene. You know about Eugene? How? Then, you know Phyllis suggested selling off Eugene's gold teeth. I didn't approve of the idea then, and I don't approve of it now. Eugene's golden teeth were a family heirloom, representing 3 generations of poor dental hygiene. He took them to his grave. That's unthinkable. Eugene's body and all rare earth minerals contained therein are solely the property of Spacer's Choice. I can't ask Silas to dig up a man's body and pry a few teeth loose from his jaw just to pay my bills. Can I?
Are you asking rhetorically? Because if you're being serious... Ugh, gross.
Desperate measures, Miss Holcomb. Desperate measures. I'm going to have to ask Silas to dig up those teeth. It's the only way I'm paying my gravesite fees. Here you are. Gravesite papers affixed with my signature and an IOU. Eugene was not a suicide. He put a bullet in his brain, yes, but that's largely a technicality. I was the one who prepared Eugene's body for interment. I discovered symptoms of the plague on his corpse, and I discovered medicine in his pocket. Lots of medicine. Eugene overdosed on adrenatime, which is known to cause psychosis and paranoia as possible side effects. The paranoia drove him to take his own life. We can all thank our lucky stars that young Eugene was hopped up on medication and suffered its predictable side effect. I included it all in my official report. I'd like to think I saved Edgewater a great deal of money. We never could have paid the fines associated with a suicide.
Donc certains ont menti, vous voyez, tout pour empocher de l'argent, tout pour gagner de l'argent, tout pour tricher, voler, mentir.
Grave digging's a fine profession. Always work to be had, and nary a word of complaint out of your clients. You run into any trouble? Reliable work from a freelancer. That's gonna take some getting used to. And I'll buy you a drink sometime. Oh, suppose you've earned it. One good turn deserves another. Yeah? The colony ship? Are you talking about that old rumor? Some great big starship packed full of colonists what got lost in the aether, never to be found again. Ain't heard that one since I was but a stripling. Can't say it was terribly convincing as far as rumors go. There a reason you asking? Hope's just a rumor, friend. Ancient rumor at that. Maybe you've been out in the sun too long. Why don't you head over to the cantina? Get yourself some Zero-G brew. It's a brew that's good for what ails you. Look, I don't know what's got you caterwauling about Hope this and Colony that, but you need to stop. Well, there's troubles in the asking. Or don't much care for folk running their mouths, spreading hoaxes and the like. Frankly, neither do I. Something I can do for you? Yeah? What about him? Yeah. Funny thing, Eugene's body ain't where it's supposed to be. The night we were supposed to commend his body to the earth, I had his grave all dug up and ready, right? And so I thought, I'll just rest my eyes a bit. When I woke up, his body was gone. Spirited away. Vanished. The footprints nearby suggested that Eugene was stolen by marauders. Or he rose from the dead. Let me know if you find anything. Yeah?
Bring us honor, soldier. You beat that scout to scrap with its own legs? Pulled its optic cables out its headcase? Actually, don't tell me. Rather use my imagination. You're a passing fair soldier, I will confess. But you are one, and the enemy is legion. What you need is an equalizer, a weapon to strike fear in their cold, mechanical hearts. Cantina, lavatory, behind one of the toilets. That's where I've kept it hidden all these years. Sharp, ain't it? The lavatory is the very last place a mechanical has need to enter. On the double, soldier. Don't want the bartender poking around in there with a mop.
Abernathy's chipper today. Guess he wasn't playing.
Boss likes to tell us plague's the state of mind. He's right.
Bring us honor, soldier. Feast your eyes, soldier. This here's a genuine Spacer's Choice injury customizing unit, designed to deliver a lethal blast of electrical discharge. I call it the Hand of the Law. You ever want to see a mechanical flailing around like a grounded fish? You stick a couple thousand bolts in its guts, with compliments from old Ludwig. There's a workbench right through this door. Attach that unit to your favorite weapon and go forth into glorious battle. Time's come for you to journey down into the black heart of the enemy's camp. I'm talking about the old geothermal plant. Unfortunately, the old plant lies outside my board-given jurisdiction. You'll need to get a passcode from the boss, Reed. I've been after a passcode for years. Boss said no on account of my gross incompetence with all matters related to security. I need you to get us the brain of a mechanical. Well, not exactly a brain. Anatomically speaking, what we're looking for is a logic module. There's the rub. If a mechanical breaks down, the logic module fries. So you can't rip one out of its corpse. You're gonna have to find an intact model somehow.
I don't reckon so. I work with gears and pistons and such. Stuff you can put hands to. Computers and mechanical brains are outside my ken.
You know, she names the mechanicals she fixes. Calls them Bess and Clancy and so on. Keep a careful eye on her. Don't tell anyone, all right? I've got a contact. A real expert in the inner workings of the automaton. Well, excuse me. What I meant was I'm going to get a contact. I didn't know I had to be all prissy about my grammar around you. If you die horribly, I will pour out a can of Zero-G to your memory.
Non, ça par contre c'est assez chiant, il reste au milieu de la porte, il bouge pas et voilà, hop, faut attendre qu'il s'en aille.
Somebody's been spinning a tale about a lost colony ship. Talk like that'll get you reported real quick. I paid his burial fees, didn't I? Let the dead sleep. I don't understand. I found Eugene's body. I know the guy shot himself. Wait, are you telling me he was murdered? He was plagued? Oh, Law, that's awful. I helped carry his body out. I could have been infected. This is all a little too much for me to take in. But I guess if Eugene wasn't a suicide, our town won't have to pay a penalty. Hey, you hear about Wilson?
This is where the magic happens. Well, science. But it still happens. If you need to go, I'll wait outside. I don't like coming out here. People on the streets. Hey, that's... I mean, if you need it. Okay. Oh, you like flowers? I can't find many kinds around here. My dad's... It's an office. Just my office. could open up a can of something.
Voilà, là ça change un peu. Il y a... De 9 on est passé à 17, de 4 on est passé à 17 aussi. Donc là on va avoir une résistance un peu plus... Comment dire un peu meilleure. Voilà, et elle c'est pareil. Alors, par contre, quand on lui laisse cette arme-là, elle a des balles infinies. Par contre, quand vous lui donnez une autre arme, comme celle-ci par exemple, je crois pas qu'elle ait de balles infinies. C'est-à-dire que quand à un moment donné, elle a plus de balles, elle se met à taper avec ça. Donc forcément, à un moment donné, il va falloir retrouver des balles. Donc je me souviens de ce qu'il y a là-dedans, hein. Ça là-dessus, il n'y a pas de souci. Ne vous fiez pas à l'environnement, parce que cet environnement, encore une fois, hein, c'est le premier environnement que vous voyez. Vous voyez que là, déjà, regardez, les points critiques. C'est magnifique, hein. C'est magnifique. Je crois que il n'y a plus rien à dire, hein. Hmm.
I don't know anybody who ever came out this far. Bon alors je vous rassure, hein, d'habitude ça se passe pas comme ça, ils sont toujours deux avec nous, mais là, bon, c'est le début de l'histoire, hein, donc forcément...
Alors, ouais, je suis pas très discret, hein. Donc on va lui donner un peu plus de vie, hein, pour qu'elle puisse... Alors ça sert à rien de faire la course pour arriver jusqu'en bas, parce que en fait elle va avoir besoin de certains points, comme là l'ingénierie. Alors sournoiserie peut-être pas, bagarreur peut-être pas non plus, mais elle va avoir besoin de certains des points qui sont là. Et par exemple ça là. L'œil de lynx aussi. Donc le but c'est pas d'arriver en bas, le but c'est de bien choisir les points que vous lui donnez.
Wow, you crossed them all off, like some sort of heroic accountant running down a list. Teach me your ways. What? You mean Adelaide's little congregation of nature-loving nobodies? I could not possibly be less interested in them. You, on the other hand, you were a sight to behold. If I had half your skills, I'd be the greatest outlaw the coast has ever seen. I'm great at clarifying. No. I insinuated myself into their company, see? And they didn't seem to mind one whit. I got kicked out of Edgewater on account of falling sick with plague, and stealing some medicine to treat myself. I'd heard some outlaws set up camp in the botanical labs. I decided to throw in with them, seeing as I always wanted to be an outlaw myself. Instead, what do I find? But a bunch of former workers camped out around a greenhouse. I couldn't just go back to the cannery, so I was stuck with them. I don't know. The vital processes that constitute the miracle of life are mysterious and unknowable. Oh, you mean around these guys? The Marauders wouldn't hurt me. They love me. I'm practically their queen. Yeah, must be my natural charisma. I may have bartered them a few boxes of Adrena time, but yeah, I'm sure that's got nothing to do with it. I've got all the time in Halcyon. Why? Adelaide wants me back on garden duty or something? Thanks, but I'm not going anywhere. This is where I belong. I doubt that. Nobody in that camp really cared about me. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Also, he could carry on a conversation, unlike these hooligans. I'll take my stuff and head on back, I suppose. Grace is gonna be glaring knives at me, so I've got that to look forward to.
Voilà, voilà.
What is it? We didn't always get along, but I'm glad to know she's safe. What happened, anyway? Zoe joined up with a band of marauders. Zoe. The same Zoe who doesn't know a barrel from a trigger. Well, I've heard stranger things. You pretty much did my job for me. Least I could do is pay you for your trouble. Let me know if I can do something for you.
Any luck finding one of those manuals? No kidding. Really? Well, ain't that just ironical? If I'd worked a little longer back at the cannery, I might have found this myself. I appreciate you going through all that trouble. In fact, I put aside something special on the off chance that somebody'd search out those data pads for me. Sure, I'd be glad to take them off your hands.
Donc vous voyez là, tout ça, c'est tout ce que j'ai ramassé en très peu de temps, et donc là ça va faire du lourd. C'est pour ça que j'ai pris le poids en premier, là, le truc qui fait que ça allège le poids, parce que sinon vous ne vous en sortez pas. Vous vous rendez compte un peu de tout ce qu'il nous donne Alors c'est un peu comme dans Fallout, hein, c'est... Bethesda n'a rien inventé, hein, c'est... comment ça s'appelle C'est comment ça... C'est cette boîte-là qui a fabriqué le concept, hein, mais... quand vous regardez ça, vous dites ah ouais, quand même. Donc bien évidemment après, bah ça fait lourd, hein, forcément. Donc vous voyez, c'est Alors, on va regarder avec Parvati. Parce qu'à mon avis, son armure, elle est un peu... Ouais, elle est... Donc, on va peut-être pouvoir... Et vous voyez, regardez, hop, tout de suite, ça change. Hein. Et là, elle va moins tomber. Là, son casque minier, c'est pareil. Hein. 4, vous lui mettez ça. Voilà, tout de suite... Donc effectivement, ça va faire beaucoup mieux. Hein. Là, tout de suite, elle va moins tomber. Alors bien sûr, hein, ça la change. Je suis d'accord. Mais quand même, bah, elle va rester en vie plus longtemps, hein, tout simplement. Voilà, ça devrait être bien. Ça devrait être beaucoup mieux. Vous allez voir que là... Là, avec ça, vous déchirez tout, vous faites mal. Donc là, il faut aller à la centrale. Dans cette quête-là, il faut aller à la centrale. Dans cette quête-là, il faut aller à la centrale. Dans celle-là... alors attendez, est-ce que... Là, il faut aller dans une grotte. c'est pas par là. Ça, c'est la centrale.
Any luck finding one of those manuals? No kidding. Really? Well, look at that. Building a computing machine out of Spectrum potatoes, a primer. I'm just glad it survived all these years. 2 whole data pads? Be still my beating heart. Oh, almost forgot your payment. Sure. I'd be glad to take them off your hands.
Bien. Il n'y a plus qu'à attendre pour le dernier.
Zoe says she fought her way out of a marauder camp with her own bare hands.
Anything else I can do for you? That's not strange at all, dear. Few of us truly know where we are. The world can seem like a forest without end, and it is all too easy to lose one's way. But we must remember that being lost is the first step in discovering yourself. This is the old botanical lab in Emerald Vale, on Terra 2. By the look on your face, I'm guessing you're not quite following me. Are you not feeling well? Ought to lay your head down if you're running fever. That sounds like fever talk, all right. So why am I tempted to believe you? Where did you say you were from? I could do without the mockery. If you don't want to tell me where you're from, that's fine by me. Is that a new settlement of some kind? I haven't kept news from outside the Vale. Oh, you're talking about that old piece of folklore. Now I'm convinced you're delirious. You really ought to lay your head down, dear. Babbling only agitates the humors. You ought to try some of my purgative tea. Won't cure what ails you, but maybe I do. I don't know yet. Growing up, I heard my folks talking about the Hope. Always believed it was just a story we told ourselves to keep our spirits up. Listen, don't you worry about what I think. That's not important. Worry about what the board thinks of you going around talking about lost ships from decades past. You carry on about coming here from another world, and people will talk. Talk leads to questions. Ask enough questions, and the board comes answering. No, but the board may have reason to fear you. I'm listening. I am getting old, you know. These two lamps of mine are not as bright as they once were. Or I might have seen you for what you are. Remains to be seen. Might be the man that saves the Vale. Might be Reed's personal gun hand. People around here lack the strength to effect change. Or they have the strength, but not the will. You seem to have both. A little prattling never hurt anyone, dear. You might even catch a little sense, if you listen close enough. I can't stop you from conducting your business down at the plant. I just want you to know that if you take our power away, you will have brought an end to our way of life. What makes you say that? This is my home. It will be my home even if Reed cuts our power. Simple as that. That's because Reed was my boss. I was the cannery's one and only flavor specialist, you see. Remember that limited run of white chocolate saltuna? That was all me. My son worked in that cannery. When the plague started coming, he was one of the first to fall sick. We had a store of medicine locked away, but Reed refused to treat him. Said my boy didn't deserve treatment. Said the medicine would have been wasted on him. So I buried my boy in the cemetery, gathered my belongings, and left. That's as much of the story as you need to hear. A fish rots from the head down. I do not blame the town. I blame the leader.
Home is where the heart is. Marauders took that saying a little too literally.
Mhm.
Any progress on that matter we discussed? Wonderful. This is fantastic. Well worth all the sacrifices I... Wait. What the fuck is this? Is this French? I can't fucking read French. It's a law-forsaken joke is what it is. French. Ha! I was so high and mighty, preaching to the yokels about following the plan, while fighting it at every turn. There is little more important than such a precious, rare text. I've spent my life searching for the keys to unlocking the secrets of the universal equation that underlies the plan. I had hoped this book held some of those answers. I became so desperate, I even got myself assigned to this plague-ridden backwater to find the damn thing. All the time and suffering I've spent. Wasted. Bokonu, the author, had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan. Unfortunately, he was also one of the founders of the Philosophist school of thought, so the book is banned in this colony. Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OSI's belief in the plan. But most of the Philosophist perversion of Bokonu's thoughts came more than a century after his death. The story of my life. Most lay people are not aware of this, but we've not discovered any new insights into the plan for a long, long time. I had an idea that we should welcome the truth, no matter where we found it. I had the worse idea to share my thoughts with a superior. And that's how I ended up assigned prison duty, where I was fool enough to let an inmate bend my ear with stories of an original Bokonu journal. But that's neither here nor there. What I need to do now is to find a translator, obviously. But to do that, I'll first need to secure transport. You have a ship. Perhaps I could make myself of use to your crew. Free spiritual counseling, someone to watch your back, not to mention a grown-up in the party.
I'm 28.
Exactly. I'm pretty handy with a toss-ball stick, or any blunt instrument, really. I'm also a passable gun hand, if it comes to that. I can usually talk my way out of conflict, though. Oh, I'm fairly competent at hacking computers as well. Well, understanding computers is, though I admit I took it further than most. And I was quite the 32nd back during my penitentiary term. Left many an opponent bleeding in the prison yard. Of course, I'm a vicar who is dedicated to his calling. More dedicated than any other you'll find in this colony. I joined the OSI to help decipher the grand plan. But instead, I ended up the vicar in a prison due to ignorance and politics. Fantastic. Let me get my things in order and I'll catch up with you.
Edgewater's gonna miss you. Folk here always had good things to say about their vicar.
Thank you, Ms. Holcomb. I'll be glad for the change of scenery and to leave this place behind. I shall see you on the ship, Captain, whenever you're ready to leave Emerald Vale.
Voilà, voilà. Donc si vous cherchiez un homme de foi perverti par
Hey there, Mary. Don't see you round here too often.
ses convictions,
Oh,
vous l'avez
just
trouvé.
came to talk to the vicar is all. None of us are above confessionals.
Donc voilà, voilà où on en est arrivé. Moi je vais m'arrêter là. Et vous voyez que... Alors les niveaux, tout ça, ça ne monte pas vite, mais c'est normal, hein, petit à petit. Vous voyez que la régénération de santé, c'est 7,35 par seconde. Donc vous voyez que... contrairement à ce qui est fait sur d'autres jeux... vous voyez, les déserteurs, je suis ami avec les déserteurs, et je suis aimable à Spacer Choice. Alors, Spacer Choice, c'est la ville où on est, hein, bien évidemment. Mais ils vont me trouver moins aimable. Donc, le conseil, hein, c'est là où il y a Spacer Choice, c'est l'histoire avec... c'est eux qui dirigent les planètes, hein, tout simplement. Enfin, on verra ça plus tard, hein, je vous montrerai un petit peu plus tard. Mais bon, c'est vrai que c'est... ils sont un peu spécial. Vous allez voir qu'ils sont tous un peu particuliers, les garçons. Donc voilà, donc vous voyez que j'ai terminé les quêtes, toutes celles-là, je dis bien toutes celles-là, prendront fin quand je serai dans la centrale. Et donc dans la centrale, il y a plusieurs choses dans la centrale. Mais les 4 quêtes qui sont là, enfin alors c'est pas qu'elles se termineront, mais donc toutes les solutions qui sont là, donc même l'ingénieur, tout ça c'est dans tout ça se passe dans la centrale. Voilà. Donc comme vous le voyez, hein, ça va être intéressant. Et vous voyez que là Parvati, bah, alors à l'issue des coups, elle fait mal, mais elle meurt beaucoup moins. Enfin, elle meurt beaucoup moins. Elle est moins touchée par les balles. Elle fait, et puis même le fait d'avoir augmenté sa vie, c'est déjà une très très bonne chose. Voilà. Alors sinon sur le jeu, bah rien à dire, hein, parce que bon, encore une fois, j'ai déjà joué. Vous voyez comment, vous voyez la différence. Je crois qu'il est sorti en même temps, voire quelques temps après Fallout 76. Hein. On voit la différence tout de suite. On voit, en fait, d'après ce que j'ai compris, Obsidian voulait se moquer de Fallout 76 parce qu'ils avaient, en fait, ils avaient des contacts. Ils avaient vu Fallout 76. et ils voulaient se moquer de Bethesda. Voilà. Et donc, alors bien sûr, hein, c'était pas forcément bien doublé, tout ça. Mais quand même, on voit l'effort, quoi. Hein, voilà. Là, il n'y a pas de coopération, il n'y a rien du tout, mais on voit l'effort, on voit comment c'est fait. Hein, voilà, je crois que j'ai pas besoin d'en dire plus. C'est sorti en même temps que Fallout 76, à quelques semaines, mois près. Hein. C'était, encore une fois, je vous le dis, pour se moquer de Fallout 76. Et les mecs, ils ont pris ça à la rigolade, ils se sont dit, oh attends, bouge pas, on va faire mieux qu'eux. Bah ça n'a pas été très dur. Hein. Et vous voyez que, bah voilà. C'est vraiment... regardez, hop, et vous voyez ce mouvement-là, c'est pareil que dans Fallout 76. Regardez bien. C'est Obsidian qui l'a inventé, c'est pas Bethesda. Bethesda, ils surfent sur sur les acquis, hein, d'Obsidian, et donc bah, ils ont pris tout ce que Obsidian avait créé pour Fallout. Obsidian a vendu tout ce qu'ils avaient fait pour Fallout, et puis bah voilà. Donc voilà. Et quand vous regardez, hein, vous regardez bien, hein, je vais rigoler parce que Fallout 3, non c'est pas Fallout 3, c'est comment déjà, alors il y a Fallout 3 puis il y en a un autre, c'est Fallout 3 aussi, mais c'est pas le même. Enfin Fallout 3 déjà c'est Obsidian, et puis je ne sais plus, enfin il y a une histoire comme ça, quand vous regardez, déjà au niveau de l'histoire, plus au niveau de l'histoire, au niveau du lore, et puis au niveau de ce qui a été fait, c'est Obsidian. Et puis tout à coup, ça change, c'est... Comment on dit, c'est Bethesda. Bah ouais, bon, voilà. Et après, Bethesda, avec Fallout 4, enfin ils ont fait Fallout 4, ils ont fait... et ils ont copié Fallout 4 sur Fallout 76, et voilà. Donc, mais vous voyez bien que là, c'est pas la même chose. Enfin, c'est pas le même projet. Vous voyez bien le détail, vous voyez bien les trucs qu'ils ont fait. Regardez, c'est... c'est... Voilà. Je crois que la messe est dite. Hein. Je crois que... Voilà. Donc j'y reviendrai. Je referai des vidéos là-dessus. Mais franchement, c'est un jeu magnifique. Alors, je vous dis, sauf la fin étant que... Si ils ont gardé le même truc, la fin se termine en queue de boudin, parce que le narrateur raconte tout en anglais, on comprend rien. Comme il n'y a pas de sous-titres. Et c'est dommage, parce que... Bon. Mais j'ai remarqué quand même qu'ils ont changé les visages de beaucoup de personnages. Donc je vous dis, le savant fou, enfin alors je sais plus comment il s'appelle. Et puis beaucoup de protagonistes. Vous voyez par exemple Adelaide, elle a changé de tronche. Il me semble aussi un peu le... Enfin je crois... Je sais plus pour le personnage, là, le boss de la ville là. Après on verra bien les autres, hein, mais... Il y en a quelques-uns quand même qui ont beaucoup changé hein, de tronche. Donc, bon, après, c'est... Voilà. Mais c'est sympatoche à faire, c'est sympatoche à voir, c'est rigolo tout plein. Vous voyez la différence, mais c'est carrément mortel, quoi. Voilà. Voilà. Bien, sur ce, je vous souhaite une bonne fin de journée, une bonne fin de soirée. Je vous dis à plus. N'hésitez pas à commenter et liker. Et puis, on se retrouve très bientôt pour une prochaine vidéo. Allez, ciao!